Hello. Okay, I'm going play. Even if I'm on that scene only for a second or two, I want to try to make it a habit. That way, if I ever have announcements or anything, I can just kind of, it'll be fine. But I don't have announcements at the moment, at least not this time. Um, I was gonna do variety today, and then I was like, but Zomboid. So it's one of those but Zomboid days. And hopefully we can get into the mansions today. That's my hope. Like the mansion, like at McCoy Estates. Gonna set us up the best I can. So if we can clear out McCoy Estates, I can use McCoy Estates to produce the things that I need. Of course, we're gonna need metal. Hmm. Well, one thing at a time. Ooh, flatstone. That's another That's another axe. Good God. Foraging is going crazy. Morning. I'm doing okay. How are you doing, Mixed Nuts? You having a good day? How goes your stoof? I'm just getting started, so I just getting started. Doing the wake up thing. Which one of these is the seed bag? Oh, yes, okay. Oh, that doesn't sound very good at all. Or maybe it is if they were, it was their time kind of thing, but still, it doesn't sound very fun. Hopefully you're doing okay. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is that's what I meant, is that if they're in pain and stuff, then sometimes it's better that way. We, like, maybe. Not, Anyways, hopefully things are okay and you're doing okay. Is your uh like camp-ish stuff going well? Are you still processing towards that? Tons of work. Okay. I figured as much. It's good to have that kind of stuff to carry forward, but I want to just thinking about yeah, in the short term, we'll eat one of these. Put the radish in my bag, and I will seed the tomato, I think. Yeah, that's good at least. Got 7 tomatoes. Yeah, I'm sniffly this morning because I was dumb last night and I left my window open, which the air quality's not very good right now, so I shouldn't have done that. It's good for circulation of air, but it's bad for the quality currently. It's not stuffy. No, I wouldn't say stuffy's the right word. Um, my province is very known for liking to catch on fire. So even now, it's like not it smells like a barbecue that never stops. That's what it smells like. Yeah. Every place has its natural disasters except for where Emma lives. And ours here are forest fires. So the air quality is really bad. Blah. Do I have a saw? Yes. Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of that stuff either, but at the same time, I really like camping. The camping experience is fun. I like that part of it. And I like going outside and I like, making s'mores. I like s'mores. If you don't know what a s'more is, you're missing out. S'mores are great. That said, though, um, I don't really like the bugs. Like it's not. I don't have a phobia of insects. I just don't like them touching me at all. Like I can look at a bug and be like, "Oh, that's cool," but if they touch me, I don't like that. Few animals are allowed to come into my area of like around me. There's a firm if it makes contact with me and I didn't give it permission that it gets it's dead. Large rooms and they burn entire trees. That sounds intense. Yeah, I've never like I've seen some large fires, like really large fire. But burning an entire tree like on purpose? I've seen like continued like burning, but not like a whole tree at once. Well, that's not true. I've seen forests on fire, but that doesn't count, does it? It's like I've seen like a wall of flames, but it's not in the same context because at least in a campfire scenario, it's controlled and it's jovial. It's fun, right? Yeah, those scenarios are awful. I can remember that very much. It's kind of crazy though. The worst that I've ever seen, it looked like the sky was on fire. Like you know those like post-apocalypse kind of videos? I just look like that. Everybody panicking, no gas anywhere, not a single gas station has gas. Yeah, it's just those kinds of scenarios that are scary. There's a lot of people that are in those kinds of scenarios, and it's tough. Families getting split up because of difficulty, and then they have to get reunited, and it's just rough stuff. Natural disasters suck. Eventually, we'll be able to put a handle on it, I hope. And less natural disasters. They get better at dealing with them every so often, right? Same for the earthquakes and the volcanoes and the tornadoes and all of that stuff, right? They get better at dealing with it over time. Yeah, thankfully I'm not like that right now. I'm a little bit like that, like a little stuffy, but just because the air quality, but it'll recover throughout the course of the stream, I think, because I've got a little air cleanser. It'll clear out the air that's nasty and make things better. Because human beings are sensitive. We're sensitive creatures. Like we are very adaptable, but we're very sensitive at the same time. It's like it's strange. And then their whole cognition thing and is important as well. I think let's see. Yeah, I'm having a good day. I'm glad that folks are keeping busy and stuff. Hi, by the way, Chili. I hope we get an update soon for the debris. I like I really want to be able to nap those axes. Because I need to chop a lot of wood, like a lot of wood, and I can't rely on the game giving me. That's one of the reasons why I want to push McCoy Estates, because if I can push McCoy Estates and force metalworking, maybe we'll be able to craft some regular axes, like the fire axis. Ever the optimist. Yeah, the larger stone axes are currently gated behind large stones, which cannot be made in any way except for um, currently, which is broken, the debris that's on the ground. So, like, you know how you can remove large rock? All of these work except for the large flat stone. Large flat stone has been removed by accident. If you try to pick one up, it deletes it. But the devs know about it, so in the next update, they'll fix it. And then finally, you can get it through foraging. We foraged one this morning. It's just there. It's not as reliable to forage something like that. That's the thing, is that foraging is great as a bonus to get bonus resources, and I love foraging. But the point is that foraging is RNG. Every time you load up foraging, you're playing the slots. That's what's happening. Is yes, there are some things that are leaned positively, like food. Oftentimes, you'll get a lot of food because there's a lot of food stuff in the tables. Um, Low calorie food, obviously, but I mean, you could get enough calories to sustain yourself if you really were working at it for foraging. You'd have to be basically doing nonstop foraging in order to do that, though. Okay, I want to make a backup area. But yeah, it's like the wood axe for and currently the debris is broken. So like if I tried to pick this up, it's supposed to give me a flat stone, but it doesn't. It just deletes it. Oh, it's really easy. Here, I'll show you. You say that you know how to do it. It's really easy. First, you need to make one of these. So you can do it via a mason's chisel at level 6 masonry, or you can do it via just a hammer and a stone at level 4 knapping, right? And then all you do is you tie the axe head to a stick to a large handle, which is crafted from plank. You just need high enough knapping to do it. It's not hard. But it also offers some of the best napping XP for the higher levels. So because it's like right now I'm level 4 napping. Hello. The Yeah. So I'm level 4 napping right now. So yeah. With zombie animals. Zombies, animals, and silly stuff? Do you have like some mod that makes zombie animals? Or that there's a comma supposed to be in there? I'm glad that they're not gonna do zombie animals. Because in the future, when we have pets, I don't want zombie pets to happen. I really want to be able to just like have a frog and maybe even put the frog in a vivarium and just like pet it, and that would be cool. I don't have water out here. I gotta go back and refill my bottles. Oh, you're talking about the putting them on a butcher hook and bringing them back to life? They apologized for that in the patch notes. It's like, sorry. They actually they put a sorry in the patch notes for because of that. Like the headless and skeleton, like skinless animals wandering around. I have to be able to get to the lake in order to... Actually, could I do the north path? Arguably. It'd be this route here. We can definitely have a look. So I'll head back, grab some water. We're in overheated. It's good to have folks like that that fix, like, attempt to break the game so that the devs can fix it. Because a lot of that stuff's not intended, right? Oh, there'll always be bugs in games. And there'll always be bugs that people don't want to fix. Sometimes because if you fix certain bugs that it'll pull on spaghetti and just ruin a bunch of other things that they have to fix, you know. Yeah, it happens. You're talking like speed run strats or like, those kinds of things as well. I mean, those kinds of things will always exist in games. There's always something. That's why you have different categories in like speedrunning. Some of the speedrunning categories are like glitchless, and then there's the ones that have like go ahead, go use as many as you want, and you can see them get the time down to like 15 minutes or something. I know Zelda's like that because you have to, or that you can essentially skip to the end of the game just because that's the way that the game is works. Okay. I'm gonna see what we can do here. Maybe I should bring some rags with me. Takes a couple in-game hours to get over there. Couple in-game hours to walk back. That's if we choose to walk back all the way. But obviously we're not going to walk back all the way every time. Because that would be silly. Enjoy. Thank you very much for the raid. I'm having a pretty good day. Hopefully you're having a good day too. I am making some progress in the rat race currently. Let's see. This. Perfect. Yeah, hopefully you had a good stream and you enjoyed. I'll do my little intro-y thing. Sorry. Hopefully the sprinters were treating you decently and you are had a good stream. If you need to get
You're
self-care though,
amazing.
feel free to get some food, get some rest. And we're gonna continue rat racing, which is this thing here. My survival's going okay. There we go. I'm pretty sure you've seen the rat race by now, but it for the folks that haven't seen it, it essentially is super tough zomboid challenge that's meant to be a marathon, like so super long marathon style gameplay, time 16, etc. Yes, but hopefully you're doing good. You had no idea what a rat race was in this game? Oh, it's essentially. Do you know the movie Rat Race? It's like an older movie that's pretty cool, pretty funny. It's kind of like that, sort of, where a bunch of different Zomboid streamers and players are all racing towards the 1 million zombie goal, as well as some other objectives. And that's the goal, is to achieve essentially three impossible objectives in a single run. They're virtually impossible. They're not fully impossible. Like, they are doable. It's just like, imagine killing 1 million zombies in Zomboid. It's tough. It's definitely like near impossible, right? The two people in the front running though for the rat race currently are Twist on Fire and Chivas BR, and they both have approximately 300k. I do believe they could get to the million kills. I don't know if I could. My PB is only like. Is that a squirrel? There's a squirrel just on the ground. Um, my PB is like 20% is of 1 million. So I'd have to really. And that one took a long time to get done, right? So it would be the same thing. It would take a long time. Morning. Adjust. Thank you again for the raid. Do very much appreciate. I'm having a good morning so far. Although I did wake up with a little bit of the air quality is not great at the moment. Yeah, it's 1 million kills, no deaths. Not just 1 million kills, but like I said, it's three impossible challenges: 1 million kills, making a perfect character, and securing 13 points of interest around the map. The 13 points of interest are 12 churches. So the reason why the churches were selected, I think, is, and this is the speculation on it, is because the churches are like in the middle of town. So the it's not like you can just avoid clearing a town to get to the points of interest. And then one of the points of interest is the military base. So you have to clear it from top to bottom and turn it into an outpost. That one's going to be scary, especially for our character, because our character has claustrophobia. Not that the interiors are going to be that much of a problem, it's just there's going to be a little bit more panic than normal while I'm in there. If I do manage to make it that far. But yeah, essentially. And right now we're working our way to McCoy Estates, which is a mansion in the woods. The reason why I want to go to McCoy Estates is actually not to live there. Um, it's to secure it for its blacksmithing stuff. You think the 13 points of interest are going to be the hardest part? I think they're going to be a tough part of it. Surviving 1,000,000 kills as well without dying is going to be rough. I actually think the leveling may be the hardest part. Because there's skills like agriculture and reloading that take a long time. I expect those skills to be a lot of people's breaking points. Because making a perfect character isn't easy. I've never made a perfect character, and I only know of like 3 people who have made perfect characters. One of them is Kurumi Periwinkle, if you see Kurumi wandering around. But I've never actually successfully made a perfect character myself. I got close. I was missing aiming and reloading XP. Those were the big ones that I didn't have. And get complacent and get bit. Yeah, that's usually the downfall of most folks. Yeah, I've been having a good time with Rat Race. Usually for me it's combat fumbles. I fumble combat in one way or another, and that's what gets me killed. You leveled your first skill and it was long blunt? Oh, cool. Yeah, getting a weapon skill up is usually pretty good. My first skill that I ever leveled up to 10. Um, I don't remember. It was either foraging, carpentry, or short blades. I'd have to go back and look. Like that could, because I do have some like the runs that have specifically it'd be my PB run for sure. I hit at least one of those skills to level 10. I was really proud of doing some of that stuff. But yeah, carpentry usually is as up there because not because I wanted the water barrels, but because I wanted to be able to build whatever I want. to like walls and stuff. I think it would have been a very close race, and short blades would have been up there. You vaulted out of a window into a zombie that they gave you lots of hugs. Oh, I see. That happens sometimes. Just slight mistimement on judgment. I did the same thing with my sprinters thing. You want to see? My sprinters PB is it 1 second. Commands. Which one is it? It's sprinter something. Is it sprinter PB? No. PB sprinter? Might be an S on it. Yeah, there we go. That one. If you want to see that's me greeting. I greeted for an extra swing, and I was like I can get that swing, and I consciously made that decision to swing, and I was just like oh, because that run was going well. Okay, I do need to BRB for just a brief moment though. Like less than 3 minutes. I just want to refill my tea, stretch, etc. So I'll be right back. Alright, let's continue. He is fresh. Still too hot to drink, though. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of deaths like that, though. It happens. Just have to sit for a moment. Trying to be cautious. For good reason. Yeah. Yay, frog raid. Give me one sec. Thank you very much for the frog raid. Do very much appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Yay, frog raid. Yeah, no, I just needed a moment that's good to pause. Do sincerely appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a good day. And if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. Eat, etc. Rest. And I'll do my little intro thing. Sounds good. Enjoy your meal. We'll be here, slowly pushing towards McCoy. Free fork.
You're amazing.
I got a free fork. I do anonymous follows, by the way, so if folks want to enjoy their lurk, they can enjoy their lurk. Do appreciate the follows, though. Yeah, I mean, if you want a VTuber model, you can make sure that you're progressing towards your goal and eventually can get there. If you want, you can do a PNG tuber or whichever. I didn't take that route myself. I kind of just jumped directly from none to tuber, but you know, it depends on what your goals are and then what you're going to use it for, kind of deal, right? My initial reason for doing a tuber was actually because in the future, my partner is autistic as well as doesn't really like to be on camera. So it's sort of future proofing so that in the future, if my partner wants to come and give me a hug during stream or anything like that, there's no pressure. So it's like future proofed. Those tubers have their advantages. Gives you some sort of visual representation so folks can see where my eyes are. Like for example, this is me looking at you guys. This is you. You guys exist here. My game is here, and this is the camera. And I don't really look at the camera very often because I don't know. I just like I'm not sure. You could do you could do a budget sort of one for a little while if you'd want. Like you don't have to like shell out thousands of dollars for your tuber model. You could, there's options available. Whether you choose to use there's a few different versions of that you can go for. There's like 3D avatars, there's 2D avatars. You can kind of just pick your style. I would do a little research into it though and see what style best fits you, but there are definitely options that don't cost a whole lot. Some that are maybe even free. And then, you get what you pay for. So eventually when you do decide to upgrade to your own, 'cause it's custom, then you progress towards that. But yeah, you need to go get food. So and you were live for a while, so food, rest. You're always welcome and can come back and stuff. But I want to make sure that you're getting your self care and not distracted by the conversation. But yeah, having tuber as an option is good, especially for some like some instances that are maybe some folks are a bit more camera shy or it gives an option available for that. Yeah, I wouldn't. For those that are curious, my tuber is VTube is on VTube Studio. There's a bunch of different ones that exist though. There's like I seen there was Vneon. There's some that link to your phone. There's some that are like 3D. You can do like 3D avatars that exist as well. But yeah, it all depends on preference, I guess. I wouldn't gate any of that stuff or anything. Just if anybody had questions about that stuff, I would answer them. Because it's better to be inclusive. We're in it together. But yeah, anything can be expensive if you really want it to be. Tops of the field of everything are expensive. Like there are probably tubers that exist that are millions of dollars worth. I guarantee those HoloLive ones are probably like in that ballpark. You know, several 100,000. For good reason though. There's a lot of effort in those ones. Gotta be careful of the bushes here. Crawler. How many is that? No. Quite a lot of them, huh? This one's not gonna stir my tea. Okay. Hmm. Perfect. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's one. I need one more. Two more preferably, but okay. Hmm. Sorry, sneezing. Apologies. It's hard but fun. Yeah, PZ is one of those games that's it's difficult, but once you get a handle on some of it, it's really fun because you start understanding how to survive a little bit more, and yeah. Especially if you start jumping into some of the challenge modes. But yeah, it definitely has those survival elements that make a game really, really entertaining. It's kind of like if you were to combine RuneScape, Zombie Apocalypse, and The Sims all into one. Okay, let's place you there. We can just kind of relax. Let our rest come back. Might want to make some more steaks here in a moment. Yep, one sec. You were stuck in a house for 5 minutes before you found a window? Which house were you in? Are you using random spawns or you no, you just said you just got the game, so you'll be using a default spawn. I don't think there's any spawns that are in the default layout that would put you in a situation like that normally. Not that I know of, anyways. Usually there's a door somewhere. Maybe it's a new spawn though. I'll keep the values a little bit. It's not gonna be the easiest. Hopefully they give me more knives to work with. It's 3 more branches, 3 more stakes. I mean, I could skip directly to the stakes, I guess. Save the knife a little bit. Yeah, it's dull. There are 2 rocks nearby. One there. And, ooh, another log. That's helpful in the event that we need, so let's put it here. Can I pick you up? I don't think it'll let me. Oh, no, it does. Nice. This is a sizable amount of stones, though. That's why I want it. So we can do that. It gives us 12 stones. 1 improved whetstone. For a meal is what I'm looking for right now. Something just to eat. A sizable amount of weapons right there in that one large branch. Because what we do is we saw it into planks. Planks we turn into 6 medium thingies. And that's 6 more steaks right there. There we go. How many do I have now? Oh, we're back up to 12. Nice. We just need a little bit of food. It does suck that we're so sad, though. This isn't, no. Poor Van, he's so sad. It's because we had to eat that squirrel. Dead bird. Wait a second, why can't I see the... Oh, that's the chocolate bar. It's like, why is the dead bird displaying its... It shouldn't be, and it isn't. It's the chocolate bar. If I could squeeze it in, I would take nutritionist. And I probably should more, but I just couldn't squeeze it into my build. Nutritionist is nice to have, though. Okay, let's get back to the fire. There's still 2 hours left on the fire, so we should be fine for right now. Nah, I'm not gonna. There's no necessity to that. Max level and happiness. I'll have a quick look around to see if there's any food. Poison mushrooms. Just gonna throw away this. Like a chicken nugget. I'm not. Ooh, jawbone. No, we can make a shiv. Improved screwdriver. Yeah, let's make one. Why not? The foraging table looks so much more interesting. It is kind of fairly like there's a lot to it now, and the focuses actually feel like they matter more, which because they do. The focus is got they sort of like an increase in weight, as well as they added in some new forage zones. So that's one of the reasons why things have been kind of weird. That's why we're concerned that there might be eventually a point where in the rat race everyone's gonna have to start over, is because they're working on a lot of the base stuff of the game. So there is a chance that it could cause saves to break, which is fine. We're all at peace with that. I'm pretty sure it would be a mild bit annoying, but if that does happen, we'll take a relook at the rat race and we'll do a 2.0 where we update and change a few things, some stuff in the rat race that like adding metas and lowering cars and stuff like that. Is it a competition? I mean, kind of, yes. There's a leaderboard and and stuff, and there's rules if you want to be put on the leaderboard. Of course, there's a lot of people that are doing offline runs that are not on the leaderboard and just having fun. So like that's the big thing about the rat race is that it's about having fun and enjoying and sense of community and stuff. So that's the big stuff. That said, though, there is a little bit of a competition as well. The prize pool is sort of is still. It's not been solidified at the moment because no one's anywhere close to the goal. So as people start to get closer to the goal, we'll start consolidating for a prize pool. We have an idea that we'll probably do at least a little statuette, probably, for the winner. So that said, though, like I said, it's not for a while yet. At least a few months, minimum, and that's if the folks that are in first do nothing but zomboid every single day, and they're pushing, thousands of kills daily. Is this anything like a wilderness survival mod pack? I mean, kinda, sort of. It's meant to be a harder sort of. It's definitely harder than Apocalypse. Everything's been toned up in a way to make it more difficult. And as a result, it's added extra challenge to pretty much everything. Even things that would be more mundane, like are like the weather or So it's a little bit harder than your typical times 16 experience, but not by that much. Thankfully, there's certain aspects that are not easier, but more controlled, I'd say. Yeah, I can't wait for multiplayer 42 as well. There's a lot of friends that I have that want to do the multiplayer stuff together and have a server, and it'll be a blast to play with them. Because, you know, Zomboid's one of the games that I absolutely love. Is the maps randomly generated? No. So in part some things are, so like the loot and stuff like that is all random, but most of, like the map is interesting. When you pick yourself a spawn at the beginning, you choose which town you spawn in, and something that is absolutely fantastic about Zomboid is it doesn't matter where you spawn, the whole map is at your fingertips. So if you choose, let's say I chose Riverside spawn and spawn in Riverside, I can still go to West Point. I can still go to Muldra. I can go all the way to Louisville if I want. And just to put it in perspective, here I'll turn the angle just so it's easier to see. You see this speck on the map? This one right here? That's me, right? And then just like, look at the size. It's huge. Probably one of the bigger maps that you know you can play in, and it's gigantic. That said, though, there are some custom maps that exist, like King's Mouth and Studio and a few other ones. But the big one is the standard map, which is you'll access the standard map through Apocalypse, Survival, and Custom Sandbox and Builder. Those are, and then there's like I said, there's a couple other ones. Did they add smaller map icons? No, I have a mod that lets you size the map icons. There's also a mod that gives me more icons. Although in 42 they did add some new ones, so there are some new icons that are part of the Build 42. Where is it? This one. So they added in like a paw print. This is here. I'll see if I can. This is new. They added in basically any of these upper ones that are stuff that they added. So like these ones. This is a 42 edition. I still wish they would have added in pigs. They should add pigs at some point because they got cows, they got rabbits. That's the biggest reason why I got the map symbols plus is because map symbols plus has a pig. The vanilla icons don't. But you can see where the vanilla icons end, kind of. So like they end here. And that's the same for, I think, right here. I think that's a vanilla icon. Yeah, and the bed. You want dogs and horses? I can understand. I really would love to have a pet as well to take care of in the apocalypse. I guarantee 100% of people who like have I've asked because I was curious. I'm like, which would you prefer, NPCs or a dog or a cat? You know, or so like a pet, or would you like NPCs? 100% of people have said that they wanted NPC or they wanted pets first. which just kind of goes to show you, pets are well more appreciated than having NPCs to cart around and do stuff for you. But yeah, if you could have like a dog or a cat or a hamster or, you know, a fish, if you could put a fish in a bowl, I guarantee people would love that. People already like the animals, like the cows and the pigs and stuff. But if you gave them like a domesticated animal, oh, they would be absolutely over the moon. NPCs have problems. Yeah, there are a lot of issues that come with NPCs. Um, and then it can turn into a meta thing, right? If you look at Minecraft, for example, Minecraft villagers, what happens to the Minecraft villagers? They get shoved in cubicles or farmed. That's what happens to the Minecraft villagers. If you look at, I'm trying to think of other ones, but people don't really care about their NPCs. And the one NPC argument that always annoys me is everybody tells me that not everybody obviously, but is that they want the NPCs to be able to lie. They can't. Physically they can't lie to you. Because the second they try, that you're gonna be like, okay, Tom, you're gonna lie to me? Let's go on a hunting trip together. Just let me grab my shotgun. Like they won't be able to lie. It's not possible. Players are too crafty. Players are too smart. They will be like, nope, he's lying. That bandage on it is. Meanwhile, see, that's where players come into play, right? Because your friend can lie to you. Your friend can say, "Oh, it's just a scratch. It's really a bite," but like your friend can be like, "Oh, it's a scratch. Don't worry, I'm fine," and you'll believe your friend because there's rapport because they're your friend, right? That's the thing, right? Is you'll believe your friend. You won't believe some random NPC. It's not gonna happen, no matter how much rapport you have with the NPC. You'd have to really build a connection with them, and that's unlikely. That's the player character's quick resort to violence. It doesn't just have to be violence either. It could be like you just abandon them in an area and let them die on their own. Or, you bring them to an area and you let them farm for a bit until they eventually meet their end on their own naturally. It's just, it doesn't have to be for violence, but it's like they can't lie to you. Like that's the thing, is that they won't be able to lie to you. Because they won't have the same rapport as a human player would have. It's just not going to happen. And you got to think from terms of meta. So yeah, you can say, okay, well, but role play. All right. But if that's the case, then you can role play the Schrodinger's survivors and you don't need real survivors. Why do you need the visual aid of a real survivor if you've got the Schrodinger's ones? You know? So it ends up being sort of a weird thing. And that's not to state that I'm against NPCs. I'm for NPCs. I know it sounds like I'm against it, but I am for it. Like, I want NPCs to exist. It's just, I would like them implemented in a way that I cannot conceptualize. A way that makes NPCs good. Like, that you actually care about your NPCs and your commune. I suppose I've not played Conan, but I've heard good things about Conan's NPC system. Am I wrong? Anybody here played Conan Exiles and can confirm that the Conan NPCs are decent? That's what I've heard, and I don't know if that's true. But I've heard their NPC system is well crafted. I like the V Rising NPC system where you capture servants and you tell them to go out on missions. I love that. I think that's a good way to do it as well. Is that you have them in the area and then you walk up to them, you give them a mission, and then they disappear from the world. They don't take any damage, they don't get in any combat, not for real, but they go out on a virtual mission. Very sleep. Have a good sleep. But yeah, that's what I would say. It's hard. It's really, really difficult to make that sort of balanced. Okay, so they're just tameable creatures that can also be turrets. Yeah, they just end up being another mob. Like that's the thing, right? If you think of it from a meta perspective, players are just gonna farm them. They're just, or they're gonna set them on tasks that they don't want to do. And remember, setting them on tasks that you don't want to do removes that task from your list of needs to do, right? Which means that, oh, I don't need to farm anymore. I've got Dave to farm for me. So you don't need to farm anymore. Suddenly you have an income of food that you didn't necessarily really earn for yourself, right? So that income of food can make it so that you can go out and loot, right? But by creating that, you're cutting out part of the game, right? Because you no longer need to get the food, which means that that part of the game is gone for you, means less game total. It's very difficult to implement that mechanic. But meanwhile, think about it like this: a dog. Well, you could have the dog be have like have tame levels, kind of like RimWorld. And if the dog isn't well tamed, then it'll bark and stuff, making noise and drawing in zombies. You know, it'd be cool. Of course, they've already said that they don't want to do zombie animals, so the Zog will never ever get attacked by the zombies. But it would still pull in zombies, right? And maybe could even like knock over zombies for you and stuff like that. That would be super cool, right? To have a hunting companion. Maybe it can catch rabbits. Like it just depends, right? And the thing is NPCs they can be done right. I just don't want that, and I also don't want a bandit killing me with a shotgun from off screen, because like with a very limited sound cue, right? I'm not keen on being murdered off screen and having my permadeath run marathon style end just because I didn't react well enough to said bandit. It seems like, especially if I'm already in combat to begin with, I'm already in a precarious situation, and then I get flashbanged. Like, that's fun for a little bit, and it's fun for short term, but think marathon style. If you put in over 1,000 hours into your run, do you really want to die that way? Probably not, right? I want to die by a mistake I make, not by, you know, oh, event spawn, bandit showed up. Like, doesn't really seem fair, you know? Not to state that you wouldn't be able to balance it out in some way to make it good, but it's beyond my understanding and conceptualization. At least at the moment. I'm sure somebody could explain it to me and give me an idea, and then I'd be able to maybe connect the dots, but it just seems like a lot of difficulty, which is why I'm glad that it's being saved for build 43 and not now. And actually, I don't even think it should be build 43. I think it should be like build 45 is when they should do that. And they should do like, instead of doing like, cuz they're doing what? Farm animals and like working on the core of the game, right? At the moment. Instead of jumping directly into NPCs, I think that they should work on if I were, because they're going to be releasing multiplayer in this variant eventually, right? I don't know. It's tough. There's a lot of things that I would find that's interesting. Yeah, but taming animals would be cool. Because you can already do that kind of. That system is there already for it. The way that it works is they actually the animals currently have an acceptance meter of you, and if you build it up enough, they accept you and as not dangerous, and you can like walk right up to them. Yeah, I think that it's a system that it can be done right. It's just it's tough. It definitely is really tough. And then to get it right for this game would be something. What would make meeting survivors interesting? I think the strike mission idea is a good way to do it, maybe, but then again, I don't know, it's hard. That or a currency, like you could buy stuff from them, but then they just turn into merchants, right? So it's like hmm. Sorry. Good evening. I just wanted to see how many were left. And they ruined my campsite. It's kind of my own doing, though. Can't remember what you were gonna ask. I do apologize. There are options though for folks. If you don't know what your options are, aside from waiting and getting an ad blocker, there are other options. Like if you go on Twitch a lot, you should do turbo, which gives you like it gets rid of the ads for most of the platform. It's not all of the platform, but it's like most of it. The only places that you'll see ads if you have turbo is if you go to like the big gaming events or the big charity events. Because obviously they get a pass because they're big events, so you're gonna see ads there. That said, though, if you watch a streamer a lot, you should sub to them. I'm not saying sub to me specifically, but like it's one of those things as well. If you don't want to see the ads, that or you can just be in a channel a lot, enjoy, and then you know if gifts happen, then it's more likely to happen for you than as well. I'm exactly sure how that system works, but
You are amazing.
I just like people to know their options. Because some folks don't really know. They have no idea what their options are. It's better to know if they're, what's available, right? Wow. A lot more tired than I thought. Okay. Is your character sleep on a log bench? I'm not homeless. I own a Spiffos. But sometimes you do what you need to survive. And sometimes I sleep on a log bench. I was homeless for a while in the game though, in the beginning, because I got kicked out of my house by zombies. There was lots of them. You didn't get to see the beginning of this playthrough, but trust me, that West Point was not kind to us. They were not kind at all. They decided that we would have to deal with them, like lots of them. Every time I hear this song, it's different. Like, as I hear different things in this song, it's great. I like music like that, where you can focus on different elements, and they just that there's always something new. Different chords, different sections. You're looking for a ceramic pot scrubber frog. I hope you find one. I still haven't seen it myself in the game. They're somewhat of a rare drop, as they should be. It's very small. Poor Van and his depression. Eventually we'll get him out of it, though. Have there been a lot of changes to farming skills? Yeah, there's like animals and farming's been renamed to agriculture. They adjusted all of the values to be ludicrous. Like, I mean, the in order to grow cabbages and like it takes months and months now. Same for any of the crops. They have to be grown in their proper months, otherwise there's problems. Like they die, and I think that it needs a relook. I think that agriculture as a whole is not in a good place right now. If I were to be like flat about it, it's not in a good place. It's a little bit too expecting of the player. Not that I think that the timing is the big issue. It's just that it takes for a good example is cabbages. Cabbages take like 2 months to grow, maybe a month to grow. Let's say you're composting them frequently, like whenever it's available to do so. It would take you like a month to grow cabbages that go bad in 2 days. So like it's not really worth. Like does that make like it needs to be worth it a little bit. Like it can't just like you can't just have your cabbages go bad immediately. You pull them out of the ground and they go bad. It's making them like so it just ends up being there needs to be more is what I'm saying is that it needs to be the system needs to be balanced better. Now, if they wanted to force the usage of the jarring system, which is, I mean, in turn could be part of it, they need to make the jarring system ingredients infinite and reliable, as well as they need to apply the malus so that you don't eat the jarring ingredients themselves. Meaning that, for example, right now you can eat sugar directly, right? But there is a malu that exists on flour and it exists on chickpeas currently, where it cannot be used unless it's in a recipe. In my opinion, that's how you solve that problem. Is that people can't just eat the flour directly anymore, or sorry, the sugar directly anymore, and then sugar and vinegar would be utilized in the jarring methods to prolong the life of your food. That would make it a little bit more bearable, like and balanceable. But once again, those things need to be able to be produced. That said, they should also apply that, and I'm gonna say this again. Uh, they should apply that malu to butter, margarine, and vegetable oil as well, so that people stop walking around with big old sticks of butter in their pockets and eating that. Now, that particular train of thought is not liked from what I've heard. Like, there's a lot of people that disagree with me, which is fine. They're entitled to their opinion, but that's my opinion. Is that butter should be an ingredient to be eaten in things, not as a candy bar that you use for caloric gain. I'm going to stand on that hill. That's where I'm going to stand. I need to go in game sleep. But yeah, the cooking skills, I feel like to make cooking better, we need buffs and debuffs that are better than this. Because this right here doesn't do much aside from most players don't care about this. The only players that care about this are players like myself, Yuri. There's a handful of us that really don't like being unhappy in the game because they, well, one, it lowers your overall combat capability. So what I mean by that is you can't switch weapons as frequently because it increases the action speed of everything that you do. So everything takes longer. That annoys people, but is not debuff enough to cause people to change their whole playstyle. Because they won't. You can go into pretty much any other PZ stream and see that people have like a slew of these, and some of them just are depressed all the time. However, if you gave buffs to a character that was eating well, well, like they get an attack speed buff. Suddenly, people would start cooking meals. It doesn't even need to be a really big attack speed buff. It could be like a small one, and you'd still see people cooking meals. But yeah, that's the thing. That's what I would do is if I could change that whole system and adjust it to be a little bit more balanced, I would I would put buffs and debuffs that are much more hampering. So, like, if your character's depressed, they would basically not function nearly as well. Not only would they do things slower, but they would be like, maybe I'd even nerf their damage. They're sad. They don't want to hit stuff. They don't want to hurt things. Could you imagine? You hurt the damage, suddenly players wouldn't be sad anymore. That's the thing, right? Coming from a player's perspective, if the things are going to affect your attack speed and your damage, and or like what else could it do? Oh, if you affected maintenance, oh, that would be in one as well. That your character just doesn't care, so they don't maintain their weapon anymore. Their weapons start taking extra damage, extra maintenance damage. Oof. Guarantee you that players would jump right on those buffs. Because they don't like maintenance as it is. What day is it today? Oh yeah, it's Sunday. I forgot. It's Mother's Day today, isn't it? Was that today or tomorrow? I think it's today. But it might be tomorrow. I don't know. Isn't it Saturday? No, it's Sunday. Not sure. Yeah, I think that's what I would do. Is I would nerf the player if they are going to be unhappy and like Sims. The Sims they do that. They start getting worse and worse, and it becomes a spiral. Like, could you imagine if depression in this game made you tired? Like fatigue? Directly affecting your fatigue? Because that's the reality of depression. Not that I feel like the game needs 100% reality, but I do feel like the game needs a reason for players to not run around super depressed. And you could have traits in the opposite direction too. Like your character is very happy, like, and as a result, they are a little bit better suited for combat. Maybe they have a really good day. Maybe they eat a really good meal. Why are there only negative Malus in that direction, right? Right? Why is the only positive Malu related to hunger? There should be positives in both directions. For a lot of things. I mean, you wake up one day and you just happen to be a little bit happier. It would make things available for things like more traits. All right. Up here. Yeah. I don't run around depressed all the time, though. Most of the time I'm in good, my character's not sad. The only reason we're sad is because we ate that squirrel. And Van hasn't had a wash in a while. That was a bad attack. Just stop for a sec so I can rest. Yeah, food-related traits would be neat. I know Saf's Cooking has some cool recipes, but I don't know if they have traits that are related to, like, you know, the other... It would just be cool if there was... So, for these, you could have the alternative, right? Like, maybe for, like, if you eat some really good food, you get a little bit of an exertion boost. Or you get a little bit of a fatigue boost, right? Um, Nothing like super crazy, but just like a little bit of a bonus, right? Maybe your exertion goes down a slight bit slower, right? 5% slower or something, you know? Um, you could do the same thing for unhappiness. I'm trying to think of some other ones, but what are the other Moodles? I know there are. It's mostly food though. That's the thing, right? And the only real like benefit is full to bursting, and full to bursting doesn't last for very long. If you really look at it in comparative, right? How often do you see full to bursting stay on the screen for like maybe an in-game hour or so, right? And then it goes away right away. Meanwhile, you have to deal with hungry and hunger like and all these other moodles for considerable amounts of time, right? We're gonna run out if I keep pushing. I'm gonna need to make sure that we're maintaining our totals. Let's quickly make this fork into a shiv. Let's throw these things away. I just feel like the only real benefit, like, solid green Moodle that exists doesn't last for very long. So it's like, comparatively, right? Okay, let's go do some foraging. Yeah, it'd be just cool to see that that kind of stuff actually mattered a little more. I suppose maybe I'm being a little too critical on it, and I do admit that a little bit, you know, that it could be that you don't have to take everything super duper seriously. Like, it is a video game at the end of the day, so long as people are having fun, and once again, for all those options that I am talking about, I would want sandbox options so that people can shut it off if they don't want it, kind of deal. It's the same as the muscle strain. You can shut muscle strain off if you don't like it. So that's the same thing, right? If you don't like something, adjust it in sandbox. It's I guess that's arguable for the vegetation and stuff as well, but I think the reason why is a lot of folks really like things to be set up to default, so like Apocalypse, because that's the mode people play most is Apocalypse. So they want things to be kind of balanced around that, which is understandable. It's easier to make suggestions. Yeah, it's tough because you got to remember as well that Indie Stone has to listen to millions of people or hundreds of thousands of extra comments and oh, do this, change that. That we did, this, that, and the other thing. And then also there may be reasons why they're not doing certain things. One, for example, would be a lot of folks want common sense in the game, like the ability to open garage doors with crowbars and stuff like that. Um, there's been an argument made recently that, or maybe it wasn't recently, but that there is a reason why they don't have that, is that it would make keys worthless. Keys wouldn't have any value, and there's actually an entire system based around keys and copying keys in the game. If you had the ability to open every little thing with a crowbar, you would never need keys again. So, and everything would just be busted open with a crowbar. Right? So it kills that whole system, which would be the reason why there is no either that or maybe the devs just haven't decided to implement it yet. You never know. It could be a little bit of one or a little bit of the other. But that's what I the argument I heard about that, and it's a solid argument. Like they added in the ability to copy keys, create keys. Why would you create another item to undermine a system that you've already created? See, and let's say you do have the key to your house or you do have the key to your car, and your friend comes over on multiplayer and busts open your door. Are you going to be happy with your friend? It's probably not. Exactly. The crowbars would mess up the door more than likely, right? So then your door wouldn't lock anymore. You're like, dude, I have the key. Not anymore. Yeah, multiplayer is gonna have its issues, and they're trying to address some of those issues already. They're trying to mitigate some of it. This is this is why I hate being sad. But by because they're trying to prevent locust behavior by implementing a bunch of little things in the game that are like crafting methods for pretty much everything, so that you can basically make stuff from the ground up. Most of the dismantle stuff is being removed from XP tables, so like you can't just take apart beds anymore just to level up your carpentry, stuff like that. It prevents locust behavior, right? Because now not everybody's going to take apart like 50 million beds, leaving like a husk of a world behind with like 4 houses, depending on how many players you have on the server, I suppose. I'd like to make it to the water, but it's proving to be a little bit more difficult than I expected. It's not like this isn't pushing the because there's still room to breathe. It is pushing against a little bit of stuff though. Well, exactly, and that's the thing, right? You have players that are going to play the meta, and then you got the players that are going to that have more of a role play experience, right? And there's tons of different styles of players that exist. Oh, look, it's Otto. Hi, Otto. 1 second. Hopefully you're having a good day. Yeah, it's Otto. Rating his game. I'm guessing you've been doing some different things lately, I think, right? You always do a splash of variety. Usually it's zombie related, but yeah, you've been playing. Wait, were you doing scrap mechanic? I think. Yeah. Was it fun? Did you have fun? Yeah. Hopefully you had fun. It's an interesting game. Anyways, I'll do my little intro. Yes. But yes, hopefully, it's a fun, very fun, cozy game. Yeah. Hi, Danu. Cheap. Yay! Bonus to running. We're gonna get like 3 level ups today, for sure, at least. Because you got maintenance already. We're getting running, and then we're gonna have short blades here in a second. Enjoy your self care. and I'll probably see you in a little while, for at least for a little bit before you inevitably need to get even more self care. Much else. Glad that you're having fun. Let's see if I can't get some more food. Let's make another shiv. Do about an in-game hour of looking for food, and then we're still pushing McCoy at the moment, so we should be in McCoy Estate soon. There should only be roughly about another, I don't know, like couple hundred most, because McCoy Estate's got kind of its zombie pop got culled a bit. Plus, I don't know how many zombies ended up wandering off into the sunset, because they do that too. If they, chasing noises. You do your self care and then you have to rinse, repeat. Yeah, I gotta do self care here in a second myself because my tea is getting to be close to empty. The worst kind of tea. Empty. Maybe I'll do it here in a bit. It always depends on like what kind of tangents I'm on, though. Sometimes I end up drinking all of the tea while I'm on the tangent, and it's gone, and then I don't have tea anymore. Usually, I have a little water though as well with me, so that I can. But I didn't grab that this time. My planning was lacking. It's not short for Emma tea. No, Emma's tea is like more milk than tea. It's a drop of tea in milk. Emma has a little bit of tea in her milk. People don't think it was the coffee, it ain't right. People would be hard pressed to think it's not just milk. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but still. Emma likes tea though, like and enjoys. But Emma likes berry teas, so like sweet teas. While I'm much more of a I'd like to say that I'm a flavor tea kind of person. I like teas that have it doesn't matter if the flavor is earthy or the flavor is like herbal or I don't I like different. I don't know, it's weird. I gotta go refill my water though, in the game too. So we'll make a quick trip back to the main Spiffo hub. Fill up our water bottles because kind of can't function out here without water. How's our weight doing? We gotta go all the way back because I gotta get my weight back up. It's awkward. We're really close to water though. In theory, I could fish here. If I had cans, I could boil water here too. I think I'm gonna do that instead. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna refill my tea, and then we'll come back and I'll try and make a fishing rod, and we'll try and fish in the pond that's right there. We're gonna have to clear some more zombies still to get there, but and if we get dire in need of thirst, I'll run back to Spiffos. But I think we can get fishing going here, and then we don't have to go all the way back to the main fishing cabin in East Dixie sort of cabin area. I don't need to go all that way. But here, I'm gonna be right back. Okay. Just black tea for you. What kind of plain black tea though? You got a specific kind that you're looking for? There's lots of teas that you can make that are black teas. Perhaps you're looking for a nice black chai, or maybe you prefer something lighter. Hmm. I'd share if I could. Let's see if this is accurate. Yeah, that's accurate. Yep. So we're on a time crunch a little bit on our based on our thirst meter. If our thirst meter goes tier 3, I'm gonna have to go back to the Spiffos before we dehydrate to death. That said, though, if I can make it to the water and just run over and drink, then that should be fine. You can get some lighter chais. You are right, though. It's like they're very cinnamony for the most part. I'm doing pretty good. I've had some that are not, though. Some that are much lighter that taste like just regular teas. Like nearly like orange pico kind of deal. But perhaps it's just I got a weak blend, maybe? It could be that. We're increasing our thirst values too much. I need to take off my jacket. Morning. You're a Memsy. I know Memsy. Memsy is friend-shaped. Shaped. Like shape. Like circle, square. But you're in the shape of a friend. Enjoy your lurk. Oh, enjoy your red alert. That's good news. Yeah. I for those that don't know Memsy, Memsy is great. We got to spend time together on V Rising, and still get to spend time together on V Rising sometimes, which is cool. How are you getting along on there? You stalled out and you're taking a break for a couple of days. That's fair. If it's fine to take breaks, especially when you've put a lot in, like back to back. I've been sending out my servants though and collecting items. I need to rebuild my castle though, because my castle is in. I moved it. I'm in a new location, and I'm looking forward to being there. Yeah, you don't even need to hop on for very long. You could just hop on, send your servants out, and then collect items. Throw some stuff on to process. That angle makes a lot of people uncomfortable, but fun fact about that angle, it's one of the best angles in the game. The reason why this angle is so good is because it's a vertical angle. Zombies, only one zombie can get to you. They can't stack. It's impossible for them to stack this way, making it one of the best angles that you can have. It's the best angle to die. Yeah, that's in Zomboid in general, though. You're playing Zomboid eventually, but yeah, it's vertical fighting. It's something that it's interesting. It works the same in up and down as well. So like this way, it's because the way that it works is tile fighting. So I've mentioned this before, but I don't see the game out like I see the game as tiles. I don't see the game as so where I'm standing, no matter where I am in this tile, I'm in this tile. This is my character, right? Meaning that in Zomboid, your hitbox is this square. It's not your little tiny character. No, it's got nothing to do with that. Your hitbox is this square. The whole square. The entire thing. So if there's a zombie that happens to be standing in this corner and I'm standing in this corner, although it seems like I'm really far away, the zombie's actually right next to me. Right? So the angles, the reason why the up and down angles are the best angles is because they're corners, right? Same as this, it's actually side to side as well, technically, but there's more room for the zombies to spread out inside to side. There's not very much room in the vertical angles to do so. See? So it's interesting. It's vertical fighting. There's a couple of videos that exist about it. I think Rhett's done a video about it for sure. But it's basically like it's super helpful if you're trying to control zombies. This is your favorite Sims song? I'm glad that you're enjoying the music. I really like the songs too. That's why, that's why I have them. Can I make it to the water before we hit tier 3? There's a wall of trees in the way. I don't see my angle that I can use to get through it. Here we go. But yeah. That's one thing that I do very well is state the obvious. Just kidding. Yes. Finally. It's nothing more annoying than a crawler reaching for your legs while you're fighting while you're fighting zombies that are standing upright. It's like really awkward. It's like, please, please, I just want to. No, okay, fine. It's all right. Okay. It's like awkward. Okay. I should be able to get to the next zone here in a second. Mm.
Hey,
Alright, doesn't matter. I gotta run back anyways. So I gotta bail completely from this area. Because I'm not gonna take chances that I don't need to take. We can go make a couple of steaks, get our weight up proper, and then come back. All these zombie bodies will be gone as well, which will be kind of nice. Less colorful things on the screen. It's kind of crazy to think of how far this is compared to where we want to be. It'd be nice to just fish here, but I don't want to risk it. No need. We did push it a little bit though, didn't we? Ah, almost. 76. put you in my bag? I really hope there's no house alarm at McCoy. That would be so awkward if McCoy Estates has a house alarm. I think it has a chance for 2 as well. Because I'm pretty sure its shed counts separately. Or maybe even 3. Maybe they don't, though. Maybe they count as 1. They are separate buildings, though. We'd have to see. It's really awkward if you get a shed with a house alarm. My house is not necessarily something I want to have an alarm on, but let's put it on our shed. That'll throw the folks off for sure. Alright, let's fast forward all the way to the Spiffos. We'll have a nap at the Spiffos, and then we'll head over to... Or maybe we won't. Maybe we'll just go straight to the cabin. Mm-hmm. There's a zombie. Oh, it's Spiffos. Okay. Time to go get our weight gain going. Get ourselves to the other house. Want a little training montage for a bit. the plan in game. Currently, I've got to go and get my weight up. So we've been sieging down McCoy. We did about maybe between 200 and 300 kills so far. We've gained one maintenance level, one short blade level, and one running level so far. And we're just gradually getting over to McCoy, which we've managed to take control of this section here. And there's still too many zombies for me to push to the shoreline. Like, I mean, I can see the shoreline, but I can't quite get it there safely. So I was like, you know what, I need to back off and yeah. So we are close. But yeah, no, we ended up going home at the most a moment. So we went all the way back to our house that is way over here. Nope, I didn't make it. Not yet. We'll get there soon. But for right now, I need to top off my weight so that we don't, our weight's not a problem. So, and then also I wanted to come back for thirst purposes because we need to get some thirst. Oh. Interesting. Oh, because it's cooked, that's why. Gotta be uncooked. Fish don't like cooked fish, apparently. Yeah, there we go. We'll top off our hunger, and then we'll head back out there eventually. We need to get back up into the 80s. So we'll do a little training montage here for a few in-game days, and then off we go. Back do we go. Yep, they are indeed. And the reason why I don't speed up time for this is because I'm not confident in my ability to catch the fish with tier 2 speed. Some people are really good at it. I'm not. I'm not very good. I break my fishing line almost every time I try. So I was like that. I'll go at 1 time speed, guarantee. Plus, it gives the fish more chances to bite if you go at 1 time speed, because that's what the game is intended for. It's just like if you're going foraging, you have a higher chance to find forage goods if you don't speed up time. You'll get more total in like the in-game hour. Um, Same for starting a fire. You don't want to speed up time during the fire starting process, because if you do, you lose out on extra ticks that you could have had that would have started the fire. So also it costs you more exertion. So like it burns your exertion faster. So there's no reason to speed up time while lighting a fire. There's most of the game you're not supposed to speed up time during. You lose out on stuff, especially in game time when you speed up time. But obviously we get impatient and we want things to go a little quicker, right? But yeah, like right there, that's a 82 centimeter gar. We don't need to cut anymore or fish anymore for a little while. Okay, before we cook, this will lower our unhappiness by a little bit. We should be able to take some of the unhappiness down with... Oh. All right, we're doing good. We'll first max our regularity, and then we'll go see if we can find eggs. Yep, regularity's maxed. Put you on my back. Well, let's go have a look. Oh, search, focus, animals. Morning. Mm. I don't know what I'm missing. Fitness montage, go. Yep, just gonna throw these away. 2 more in game. Oh, no, we can't. Wait, what? Oh, I broke it. 1 second. There we go. There. Another guy. 2 slices of fish in a bowl makes you happy. Same fish that I was eating just a second ago in full fillets. You eat it out of a bowl with a spoon, you know, you're good. Happiness abound. Happiest character ever. Bowls are the key to happiness. Like, we hit calorie cap ages ago. I'm just doing this to get rid of sadness. Because I don't like the sadness boodle. I really don't. I am... Unfortunately, though, I don't have any books or antidepressants or comic books that I haven't read. None of that stuff. Okay, we're good though. Bowls are good. Thank you for the bits. Do very much appreciate. Ribbit. Yeah, I agree. Bowls are good. You can put lots of things in them. Like cereal, fish in this case, oatmeal. Lots of things go in bowls. Ramen. Ah, I should make ramen. That would be good. Haven't had that in a little while. How's weight doing? We're in the 80s again, which is nice. Right, returning to our fitness montage. I want to be in like 81, 82 range. We're getting close though. And then we'll head back out there. It's like a day's journey away. Kind of worth though. It is worth it to come here for our fitness montage. I think there's a zombie upstairs in the attic, by the way, and that they can't get out. Because I keep hearing zombie noises every once in a while, but it's like it's not constant. There's like little bits. I think there is like a zombie upstairs that can't get out. Can we get in the upstairs in this building? I don't think we can. Yeah, 1 second. We'll check if we can, because now I'm curious. Because if we can get in the attic of this building... Yeah, let's have a look. No, no stairs. Might as well leave that open. Whoops. Yeah, no stairs. Nope. Does this building have an attic? It has like a little bit up there. I wonder if a zombie could have spawned in that little area up there. No, we'd see them poking out, surely, right? But what if it... no, they would still walk around every once in a while and we would see it. Yell in the house and see if it reacts. Oh, that's a good call.
Hey! Hey!
Nothing? Yeah, I don't want to jump into debug because that's, you know, that would give away stuff and I don't want to see that stuff. I, like, outside of fixing things, like if I have to fix something, I try to avoid debug for doing these kinds of runs. So like if I had to fix Higgins's weight, like if his weight broke because of the the caloric value is becomes NaN, well then I have no choice, right? Then I have to go into debug to fix that. But that said, I don't really like doing those kinds of fixes. Um, for example, the fishing bug, although we know how to do it most of the time, the fishing bug still is debuggable. If you get that bug, you can still debug your character. That's one of the reasons why there is a wait period for the Nox virus in the rat race. Is if there's jank, then you can at least fix your character probably. In saying that, though, there are still some people who instantly die due to some weird interaction. I don't know why that is, but there's some kind of insta-death that exists with some of the zombie bites I've been seeing. They shouldn't insta-die. It's supposed to be a 2 to 3 day bake period. So that, you know, you can, if there is anything that you can do. But then again, like, if you've been bit, you get an extra couple of days to set your character right if you wanted to. Depending. Like I said, it requires, usually if like, it would come to a consensus. We would be like, oh yeah, that's a bug. Or, no. Like, for example, my death on the 26K, that one was a player issue for sure. 100% skill issue. So that one's not debuggable. But we've seen a handful of folks die because of the fishing stuff. And while it leaves a foul taste in your mouth and kind of because, you know, you did end up having to go into debug, um, you know, it happens. It's going to happen. It's unstable, Bill. There's going to be a little bit of jank, and we have to kind of deal with it and take it on a case-by-case basis. But we're in it together, and everybody's kind of working together on it, you know? Okay, we should be at 81, right? Yeah. All right, time to go. It's been fun fishing cabin, but I got places to be. Zombies to push. Yeah, I've done a lot of debug testing. Quite a lot. Not as much as some, though. Some folks are very much in deep. Can very much appreciate those folks, because those folks will help. Like there's like a bunch of folks that are like that, like Red, and a bunch of other folks that read code and help make sure that the info is correct. When the corruption has taken over the whole world, that's on point. No, no, there's still 1% that, or 0.1% that's still missing, remember? 1.1% that's still pure. Hollowed character right there, you know? Whether it be my character or your character, there's still that 0.1%. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there are some zombies in those upper areas. They have no way down. They get stuck in like the there was a group of zombies that I seen that got stuck in you know those pillars at the gas station? You'd have to sledge it open in order to get them out. But as soon as you sledge it open, you would need to like already be running away because it would essentially be a zombie bomb. That's what would happen. It would be a zombie bomb. And if you don't know what a zombie bomb is, you've probably never done the prison, or you're new to Zomboid. Twitch, it's a fun little interaction that happens when the player leaves an area with zombies, and then the zombies kind of like pile up on the same tile. Because zombies are not meant to do that. They're not meant to be on the same tile. They're meant to spread out and be like a horde, right? But the way that a zombie bomb works is the zombies lose their collision because they're doing something, whether it be an action. It's very common at the prison and the mall because the zombies will bang on the windows, and then lots of zombies will bang on the windows because they lose their collision, right? Yeah, it's like yeah, exactly. It's exactly like the spawning like 50 mobs in Minecraft, or essentially what happens is when you go and you trigger them to change their animation state from whatever they're currently doing to a different animation, the game goes, oh yeah, these are supposed to be separate. So the game goes, wah, and then separates them, sometimes in a bad way. Like for example, if you were standing one tile away from them, they would like fan out all around you. So it's why it's very good if you're going to be doing this. It's the one case where guns in the game are important. It's the only case to be made where guns are super important to clear those kinds of locations, because if you get close, you're gonna get eaten because you'll get zombie bombed. That said, though, if the zombies do spawn in one of those gas station pillars, um, there's not much you can do to get them out of that. If there's a lot of them, especially if it's like a times 16 spawn. Imagine like 20 or so zombies stuck in like at least in that spot. As soon as you pop it open, they'll immediately. That's why you'd have to pop it open with fire, preferably, so that the zombies have to slide their way out. But that risks the zombies getting caught on fire and thus fire spread, you know? And or if there is no fire spread, then you had two under your porch stairs. So you can shoot through the stairs. If you see them under the stairs, you can shoot them. Or at least you used to be able to. Can't shoot the ones in the pillars, though. Happens in the mall, too. Because I remember trying to clear all the mall, and I could hear zombies inside these little, like, nooks. And I tried to open one up, and it got scary. So I decided that I would never do that again. Because I did sledge open one of the nooks. And it was not pleasant. Home sweet Spiffo. Okay, we'll head out tomorrow. We have 15 steaks, as well as kitchen knife. Yeah, it's one of those things that can be kind of interesting. We'll head over to McCoy here soon. Yeah, we need long handles for this one. Which means we need... Okay, we should be able to forage up some food here, and then we'll head over to... We'll head to bed, and then off to McCoy. I think we break into McCoy here soon, though. Like, I don't expect there'll be much more resistance. Oh, another flatstone, heck yeah. Oh yeah, we're set to animals. Let's take the focus off. Raccoon skull for. The raccoon skull is not put in any of the recipes. Maybe? Maybe it is? Does it require a certain amount of skull? Like, Raccoon cap. We need a tanned and, but it needs to be furred. Oh, we have raccoon leather right here. It's unprocessed. You need a bucket in order to make the brain tan, right? No, bowl. I don't have nails. That's right. Never mind. I can get a little bit of nails if I pry up the floor in, or not the floor, the tables. There's a couple of tables that we can take apart in the near area. Still not the best, though. Wait patiently. We'll go foraging on our way. Or no, we'll forage when we get there. Oh, that's what I was looking for. Onward to McCoy Estates. we go. Alright, we may need to go to bed. Maybe not. Soon. Not quite yet, though. I need to back off as much as I don't want to. It's the right call. We're close, though. We are rapidly approaching McCoy Estates. We'll be probably there within the next little while, I think. I need to go get some more ripped sheets. So it's just right over here. We're gonna be sad after this. I should have left this stuff there. Oh well. What? Shouldn't... Oh, is it a bread knife? Oh, it's a bread knife. I was like, wait a second. Why can't I make a shiv? It's because it's a bread knife. Unfortunately, the metal in a bread knife is too flimsy. Well, maybe I should bring it anyways. Oh, no. I was like, maybe I should break the bread knife. Nah, we can smelt those down later. So might as well keep it. Okay, just 1 second. I need to be right back. Not even gonna put up BRB for it because that'll be quick. All right, let's keep going. Okay. I don't know. Have a good one. There we go. Ah. Recoup my stamina. We're getting closer and closer. Inches and inches, bit by bit. We'll start heading back so we can have our in-game nap. We're gonna be sad here in a moment because uncomfortable. We're sleeping on the bench. That I hate the I hate the sadness moodle. It sucks. We're close to the water, but we're not quite there yet as well. So it's not like I can go over the water and just wash myself real quick. There's still too many zombies over there. But very soon there won't be any. Because we are pushing them back. Very soon we'll have them fully cleared out. Sweet potatoes. I'm gonna eat the rest of that. Enjoy your work. Yeah, it's forest zombies. Yeesh. Yeesh. So many zombies at the place that I want to go. I'm gonna run out of weapons. Silently staking the vampires. Yep, they're vampires. Canonically, that's what I'm going to believe now. These aren't zombies, they're vampires. I'm busy. Leave me alone. And you're done, zombies. I might need more. Seriously? Just cage trap, just on the ground. Okay. Yeah, no. Just like a random cage trap. Can I make those? I think I can. I've got hunters. Like, I mean, I don't have the clippers, like the pliers or whatever. I can make wire. Your trappers are littering. They're just throwing their traps like randomly around now. Yeah, that's how that goes sometimes. I'm gonna run out of short blades here in a second. I'm gonna have to go craft more. I feel like we're so close and yet so far at the same time. These zombies. That area looks much more open to fight you than this area. Pretty please, let me go over there. Pretty please. Am I nudging them? Because they can't quite get to me because the first one's... No, that can't be the case, can it? I'm not nudging them, there's no way. That's not how that works. But I do think that does double damage to your weapon if you hit a tree by accident. Like it counts as hitting the zombie and hitting the foliage. I think you can do that. Because what happens is when you hit a zombie, it becomes intangible for a moment, right? While it's in that stun animation. And if you time it just right, you can actually have a zombie in the way of another zombie, and it like block off the pathing to the previous zombie. So the zombie then is forced to back up, and it's interesting, okay. Like, cause it's in the way. At least I think that's what's happening. See? Because that zombie is... No, can't get it to happen with these two. Because I think what was happening with that angle is interesting. I see it shoves them out of the way. It's like... It's like using the... I need a... Give me a second. Where'd they go? Oh, please don't have wandered off. Well played. Zombies and their phasing reality cloaking tech. I'm gonna need to go and make some more steaks because we ran out. Those 12 steaks though lasted a long time because we managed to get a can opener as well as 2 other short blades in the span of the time that it took us to run out of the steaks. Just go make another batch. Oh, food. No, if I could find some firewood. Hello. Happy Sunday and happy Mother's Day if you celebrate that. If it's a thing that you enjoy. You just ate your weight in free bread. That's a lot of free bread. Because the average weight of a human is 80 weight units, right? So 80 weight units of bread is a lot of bread. That's a lot of bread. Even if you were like the lowest possible weight, which is 35 weight units, that's still a lot of bread. Bread doesn't weigh a whole lot. That's a lot of bread. And then it expands. Yeah, bread is good. I like bread. It's decent. I think I'm gonna have ramen today, but I'm being tempted into pizza now. I wonder if I still have any beef. Possibly. Think about home pizza for later. That's awesome. Leftover pizza is great. I'll decide that stuff though later. And when I play, I'll probably either be playing more V Rising with Emma, or Emma will play the Long Dark, or I'll watch Emma play Psychonauts 2 again. So wait and see. Because that's what Emma's up to at the moment. We're doing pretty good in V Rising though. We're about to have tier 4 castle. And we got to think about where we want to put our castles. Yeah. Okay, nifty. How far in are you? You don't, with no spoilers. don't spoil, just in case other people are playing it. I'm probably like 75% through. I was gonna do variety today, but I was like, I want to get to McCoy Estates. I figured it was doable. I'll get you 2. What if I make, I mean, a long stick likely would be the same. Let's have a look. It gets 2 rods, or 8 small handles. Unfortunately, small handles can't be used to make stakes if I remember right. But they can be used to make the stone blades. Do I have any chipstone? I'll make one. One batch of small handles just to have. Do I have any chipstone? I have 1 flint nodule. Became a Flintstone. I should have made a chipstone axe and chopped down a tree. I'm thinking about it. Because we could have, well, no, chopping down a tree in this area would be kind of dangerous, now that I'm thinking. There's another two. Finish up the main story in both DLC. Gotta finish up getting the journals, missed a few. Okay. And some challenges. Yeah, so you're just like trying to finish off some of the stuff. Same as when Emma plays like the Spider-Man games. It's all doing all the like side content. Side content's great. See some pretty funny stuff in the side content. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. You're excited for New Game Plus? It makes things unpredictable. There we go. That should be enough stakes to get us through. At least I'd like to hope. How many is that? It's 8. Alright, fog. I don't like the fog because I can't quite see the path that I would normally take. So it like makes things more annoying. And it doesn't hurt the zombies really all that much in these game settings because the zombies have pinpoint hearing. So the fog is completely irrelevant to them. Well, not completely, I guess. Follow the dead bodies. It's the easiest way. I actually do not know. It's too thick. It's soupy. I can't. How am I supposed to see? Found the backpack. Ooh, can opener. I'm pretty sure this is the right way. Hello. I am in the process of trying to get over to McCoy Estates. How are you doing? Are you having a good day? Happy Mother's Day if you celebrate Mother's Day. Letter opener. It's still worth metal though, so I'm happy about that part of it, but yeah. Out of all the metal things I can get, it's one of my least favorites. I'll be honest, their phase reality tech is some amazing stuff that they've got going on there. That stealth stuff is crazy. Seriously, the zombies have better stealth tech than the player does. How am I supposed to hit them when they do that? That's some, like, next level phasing in and out of the existence kind of deal. Could you imagine if we had that power? I mean, maybe we do from the zombies' perspective. When we go behind a wall. Oops. I have to back off. What am I doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm in the forest, in the fog, and I'm poking zombies with stakes. What am I doing? This is, I'm exploring the forest. I'm with the trees. There's zombies in these woods, though, I think. I think there's zombies in the woods. I might be wrong. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's zombies in these woods. But maybe not. Maybe they're vampires. That's why I've got the stakes. So that there is no missed stakes made. Yeah, see, they don't eat animals. Those are clearly vampires. Although, when I'm a vampire in V Rising, I eat animals. Creature blood's great. One of the best bloods in the game. Alright, let's get that. Okay. But do I speak for the trees? No. The zombies speak for the trees. And for some reason, it's a very frequently rar noises. Which makes me believe that the trees and cats are similar. There's a zombie flanking me on that upper side. Oh, I got another stake. One of these dead bodies has a stake in it already, which means it reanimated. I think. Right? How else would they get a broken stake in their inventory? Unless they spawned with it in their inventory. That's a possibility. I don't know. Somewhere over here, I think. Yeah. Have you never gone into the woods randomly, Yuri? It's great. Although I guess I'm not here randomly. I'm trying to get to McCoy Estates. So it's tactical and it's planned. Kind of. Not really. Kind of spur of the moment. I'm gonna get there. Nothing's gonna stop me. It is horrible. Hello. How goes the run? The gun is going well. I'm making progress. I could go from the north side and it would probably be better, but yeah. I'm taking the windy long road of doom. Well, there shouldn't be very many zombies once we get there, I don't think. Once we're there, it'll be pretty light, because almost all the zombies are here. What do I use for my overlays? Like, which ones? If you're talking about my current one, I have a couple of text files. But do you use Streamlabs or Own3D? No, neither of those. Streamlabs I would never use. Do you mean like OBS? Because I use OBS and I've also used XSplit. I actually have a lifetime subscription to XSplit that I got for a few dollars, and it's permanent. It's like it's lifetime. But I moved over to OBS because I wanted to be able to help people with their settings if there were ever any issues, and that way if I have issues, then you know I can help others. I know XSplit inside and out though. XSplit is a great program. But yeah, Streamlabs is just a copy of OBS that Streamlabs stole essentially. So I don't really like that. OBS told them not to. They did it anyways because it's open source, and yeah, not really keen on them as a result. You mean for overlays? You mean like you're talking about the Luma transitions? Like, are you talking about this? That's a transition. That's not an overlay. The what's you see in my background here is just a GIF. So this is just a sort of like it's a little bit longer than a GIF though. It's like a GIF video, MP3 or whatever. If you're talking about which one? This one? Which thing? Oh, do you mean the I've set. Do you mean this? This stuff up here? These are a mod that makes a text file called Twitch stats. It's M355 or Mess's Twitch stats. This is what is it called? This is a screen capture with a mask. A mask basically what it does is it makes things like it makes it into a shape. In this case, that's an oblong. Um, how did you make all that? So some things I made myself. Some things I asked artists, like I commissioned artists for, and some things I have friends that are at. You mean the BRB in the starting screen? Oh, that's art that was created by Seaweed Anchovy, and there's art that's created by a lot of talented artists. And then so those are my stills for those scenes. And then from there, I just add things to them. Like for example, on the BRB screen, there's a timer that I added here. You can see it there, and then text that says BRB, but it's just a still, right? So it's just art, right? So you can do that. Some people like to have more of a more of a animated stuff. Some people like to have the little stream battles. Some folks like to do words on screen. You need to find out what's best for you as a streamer. For me, usually my AFKs are anywhere between 2 to 5 minutes. So I only need to be away for a little bit. I don't need to be away for very long, right? And if I go longer, usually it's because I got held up by some reason or I spilled my tea, which spilled tea is very sad. It's very sad. Yeah. But yeah, so there are lots of options. You can also do pre-made overlay stuff if you want. Like on Streamlabs does that, Stream Elements does that. So there's a lot of sites that have bots and stuff. The robot in my chat is a custom bot though. So this is a robot called Nucleus Bot. This is created by the Elm. He's in my chat sometimes, but he made this. So the Yeah. What you've been looking at is Streamlabs Elements and Own 3D. If you want a recommendation, it's up to you though. Like you can figure out how to do OBS or XSplit yourself if you prefer. Um, I think OBS is the easiest one. Most people use OBS. So you'll have a lot more people who can help you with troubleshooting if you do OBS. Um, for streaming and for recording. Although there are some things that like programs that you'd want to use for like editing videos. It depends on what you want though, right? And then in terms of if you want to do overlays, you don't really need much for an overlay. If you want to know what my overlays are, it's essentially it's this kill count, the video game, VTube Studio to include my little tuber, and then I have the alerts, and that's like it. And then my desktop. So if Zomboid were to crash, you guys get to see this. So there you go. You got my desktop. But Zomboid's not crashed right now. But yeah, it's up to you to decide how you want to orient your stream. Some people do overlays. Some people do like they compress the game a little bit so that there's room for them in their chat. It just varies, like right. It's up to you to figure out what you want in streaming, right? And then find the thing that's best for you. I've had many different stream layouts over time. I've had before my tuber, I had a little sign. Before that, I had like I streamed a lot of other stuff. I've streamed with a lot of other programs. It's just you gotta find what works for you and what works for your system, you know? And then like go from there. And then same for your budget. Like if you're able to commission art, great. If you're not, then you can always maybe trade for art in a way. Like if you have a friend that does art, you can maybe discuss with them, be like, hey, I'll help you farm this stuff, trade your time for a commission instead. It just depends on what your in my opinion, trading your money for a commission's best though, because artists deserve to be paid for their work. That goes for anybody who does like even if they do like sound clips for you or other stuff like that. It's good to pay people that way that they're receiving something. But that said, it's whatever's within your budget. So and then organize it from there. I hopefully I explained myself well, but I have a bunch of scenes but really, if you want to break down my stream, I have the starting stream, the ending stream, scene, the main game stream, the tuber stream, which is the one with the Minecraft sort of looking thing, and then the BRB stream. Those are the primary 5 that I use. And then my stream deck is mostly utilized to interact with my tuber. So whether if I want to do like a little wave or I want to do something like that or I get tired, you know. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully I'm making sense. But you kind of there's no right or wrong way to stream. I mean there's some ways to kind of if you're actively against your audience, then I guess that's but then again that's a title of streaming, right? There's some people who are like villains in a way, but I don't know. It's weird. It's kind of like entertainment in general, right? You find your own, whatever works for you. I prefer when it's with when it's us together on an adventure though than me versus the chat. Because there's a lot of people that go versus their own chat. I prefer when we work together. It will be exciting once we get there. But I'd like to get there in one piece if it's possible. Zombies have made making that kind of hard. Yeah, I think I'll go back. Unless... Can I make it to the water? I mean, we're so close. No. We're too close. We're so close. It's almost unfair how close we are, and that I have to run away. It's so unfair. I have to run away. I can't get there right now because our tired level is too high. I need to back off. Blah. Yeah, it's too sleepy. How's your run going, by the way, Yuri? Are you prepping to move on to your next thing? After I'm done with McCoy and like I'm gonna be moving on to Moldra, which means that more than likely we're gonna be on the kill feed again, which is gonna be nice. Because I'll have to clear all of Dixie, and then I'm pretty sure some of McCoy would have come up. So should be fun. Yeah, there's lots of different things that exist. I've done a lot of those different kinds of bots, but I'm happy with Nucleus Bot. Bling mechanic to put a muffler on your car and crank up the generator to invite friends from Guns Unlimited. Oh, okay, so you're gonna go and deal with Guns Unlimited then. Oh, so your kill count's about to get a good jump. Nice. And then you'll get the resources from Guns Unlimited, which is probably some ammo. Maybe not a lot, but I mean some. At least the backpacks and stuff may still be there. Maybe. Because aren't there some mannequins that have clothing on them in the Guns Unlimited? Which means that those ones will still have their clothing. Because if those clothing aren't random, are they? They're specific. You already, because you had a house alarm. That's right. I haven't heard a house alarm in forever. I almost forget what they sound like. That's how long it's been. Like, it's been so long. It's because the game knows I like them, though. The game is aware. It's aware that I enjoy those things, so it doesn't give them to me. It's like it saves them for everyone else. It's like, yeah, okay, you don't like the house alarm? Okay, you don't get to have one. It's not for you. Fingers crossed, though, McCoy Estates has a house alarm. That would be pretty funny. Finally get in there, house alarm goes off. I can hope. Okay, that's nice. Double thingy is good. Poison. It's a little bit longer. Okay, here. I don't remember what I was talking about. But that's okay. Oh, house alarms never happen for me. Or well, they do, but it's like I'm happy to see them most of the time. So it's like, or I roll my eyes, one of the two. Those are my two responses to house alarms. So it's like the game never gives them to me as a result. I very rarely get house alarms. Like I haven't had a house alarm in quite some time. You're no longer that afraid of them. That's good. You can see that they're just like they're not that scary. They pull in some things, and it's the aftermath a few on these settings specifically. A few days later, expect there to be a secondary pulling. And if you have proper stuff set up to control the population of the area, then you should be fine. But even if you don't, you can always just leave. That's always an option. People get a little too hunkered down in their areas and stay too attached to them. You don't need to. You can leave whenever you want. The whole map's open to you. Go somewhere else. But it's because you have your established nook. That's why a lot of people don't want to leave the nook. You're like, but that's where all my stuff is. You don't need all that stuff. All that stuff is excessive. It's stuff that's gonna get you killed if you try and cart it all. So just come back to it later when it's safer. When the zombies have distributed out to the rest of the area. You don't need to, overdo it. Yeah, lots of outposts is best. Yeah, it's good that you feel safe. But not too safe, right? Because there's that one zombie somewhere in your area waiting for you to feel too safe. And they're ready. They're ready. It's that one zombie, the one that's hidden away, waiting for their moment. It's the same zombie that when you go to the washroom and you come back, but you forgot to pause. That same zombie is the one that got you. Same one. Confident. That's good. Confidence is important. Overconfidence is what kills people. It's good to be confident, otherwise you'll never move forward. But if you're overconfident, that's when things can become problematic. Why is that crawler just laying there? I should warn people to not do this, shouldn't I? Don't do this. It's not a good call. Don't precariously fight zombies in between the trees. As you can see, they're phasing in and out of reality, and it's hard. It's not a good call. Don't do this. Yeah. I can relate. We're so close. I just want to go over there. Please. Pretty please, zombies, just let me in. Yeah, that's the one, like, it's almost. Is it really almost? I don't know. Probably. More than likely? We ran out of steaks completely again. There's a bone in you. No, I gotta back off. As much as I want to keep fighting, I just can't. Physically, I can't. Too much. Okay, there we go. No, so migration wouldn't affect the McCoy zombies. Because although it looks like there's water in like a big opening here, there isn't. Plus, migration doesn't work that way anyways. Migration is the movement of the zombies throughout the cell. It's not, zombies crossing borders is not migration. The cells can kind of get a bit fuzzy sometimes, like on the borders, because of player interaction. But that said, not, they'll all be there. All those McCoy zombies are going to be in McCoy estates. Which means, I don't know how many there are. There's some. An undisclosed amount of McCoy zombies, but they should all still be there. Because it always varies from game to game. Get off. Just because you can't see the zombie doesn't mean you can't push the zombie. Is that Nano? Martridge? No. Okay, don't care then. Go, go, go. Have a seat. Relax. Recoup. Yeah, I don't have we don't have very many left. But yeah, this area is not marked properly on the map. See? Because that's water there that goes all the way around. For some reason, it's not marked. Don't know why. Maybe it's new before the map maker. Like I'm talking like in-game universe, their map maker. You... Ooh, a trowel. No, there's a trowel there. I don't know if there is a cow here, but I don't think so. Nah, even... Did I get it? I got it. Nah, I'm done. I can't. I want to keep fighting. I really do, but it's just... I'm pushing it. I'm pushing my limits as it is. Ah, it's so close, though. Like, I'm, like, right there. It's just... It's not... I'm not allowed. Not allowed. They kicked me out again. There's, like, what? Maybe 20 zombies there? Right now on that front stretch? But I can't. Get to fight another day. Yeah, I know. I know. But it's like hard. Hard to make that call sometimes. Because I'm so close. It's like our weight's still holding though at 79, so we got another little bit. I figure we'll probably be able to fish here, at least I hope. Because then I don't need to go anywhere. I will eat good here at McCoy. Bread knife again. Fork can be made into a shiv. My poor Higgins. He doesn't have a chance of being like his normal life. He just constantly in the woods, clawing his way to getting through to another cabin. This is like the second cabin that we passed from cabin, right? To cabins. We pushed through a crossroad just so we could make it to another cabin. It's like this is cabin life. That's all he knows. He doesn't know anything else. Poor Higgins. Just cabins. Cabins for days. At least this next cabin is a mansion, so it's like a mansion cabin. Let's see. So we need to get you food, Higgins. And you're thirsty, which sucks. Let's get out of here. Go have fun. Enjoy your time with the family. I'm pretty sure I should be broken through McCoy eventually. I just need to get out of the woods for a second and resituate my water. Because hydration's important. Back to the Spiffos for a nap and a refill on my water. Because, see, we're already tier 3, and we would go tier 4, and I could drink the lake water over there, but... Nah. I don't like drinking lake water. If I have a viable source of regular water I can drink. There's the random one zombie every time I come over here. 23 steaks, 1 kitchen knife, and a paring knife. 26 steaks, not 23. Should only be 24, but I think I had 2 to start. — 12 seasons later. It's not that long, Rat. It's not that long. It's not 12 seasons. You just see as like it's a montage of just running across a field and the seasons changing. Like 3 or 4 times. Really? Is that hot already? Like, I need to stop and rest, but I don't want to. I want to get all the way to the side camp. What's his favorite weapon? It's got to be the stake, right? Yeah. Has to be the stake at this point. It just doesn't make sense for it to be anything else. Hooray, we made it. Come on, food. I'm kind of slow. Okay, it doesn't matter. My game's acting weird. Is it blaming for me? Like, because of my fault? Probably because I haven't given it a restart in a while. Something's up over there that's causing frames. Don't know why. Ah, it's a standard session. Shouldn't be acting up for at least another hour or two. Right? How did you get behind me? Definitely adding more corpses to the pile doesn't make it worse. It actually doesn't. It probably lightens the load. Oh, we're starting to get to high enough short blade that the stakes are able to do jaw stabs more than without effort. I hate being unhappy. It sucks. Hello, hopefully you're having a good day, Death Strider. Finally. Ah. How many? Too many. Back off. I don't know what's up with that area at the moment. Something's up. I'm getting some frames. I don't know why. Just because they can bend space and time and escape from reality doesn't mean we can't defeat them. I hope that there's not that many zombies left there. But I know that that's not likely. But that's me being hopeful that eventually we get to be into McCoy's and like we can like look at stuff and please, I want to go into McCoy's. I want to sleep in a bed that's not the park bench outside this place that I made out of a tree like stump. You know, we cut down, or no, we found a log on the ground. We sawed it into a bench, and we've been sleeping on a park bench. I want to sleep in a, you know. Although I suppose it's not that different from our Spiffos, where we sleep in the tent that we have in the Spiffos. Like, can I have a real bed? Is that allowed? I want a real bed. You gotta remember times like these when you have a real bed and you were like, oh yeah, I slept on the ground several times. That has happened. Real beds are nice. Let's see. Let's make another shiv. And we aren't going to use this, so I'm just going to leave it here. Five, six. Okay. We made it all the way into the yard, so we can definitely push past that, I think. You just got to keep it up. My game is really framey and I'm not liking it, so I'm going to restart it. And I hope that fixes the problem. Yep, restart. We take McCoy and then we take all the things. Huh, Emma made a comment that's interesting to me. I'm going to look it up really quick. No, it's today for us. Okay. Canadian Mother's Day is the same as the American Mother's Day. Interesting. But apparently Swedish Mother's Day is different. It's on a different day. That's interesting. I didn't realize. Well, I mean, makes sense kind of for some holidays, I suppose. Canadian Thanksgiving and American Thanksgiving are completely separate. Like they're on their own days. I would assume that's the same for other holidays. Come on. Load. There we go. Should be loaded soon. Cool. Okay. It was gonna crawl her, but it decided not to. All right, we're good to go. What? Why was the grass sound played? Something's messed up right now. Why did the grass sound play twice? I don't understand. I wasn't pulling up tufts of grass. Something's up with the audio. I wonder if it's my fault somehow. Ooh, filet knife. Heck yeah. Was I using a metal knife just now? Or was I using a wooden stake? Oh, I was using a shiv. Never mind. I'm pretty sure we heard the grass stuff sound. Maybe I didn't though. Maybe I'm just crazy. Hello. What do we have in the in the latest last update? I haven't been playing for like 2 months. You mean 42? Which was your last update? Did you play 42.6? 42.7 has some things. There's a lot of little things that. Oh, 0.5. Okay, well then you're gonna want to go over the patch notes then. 42.6 and 42.7. There's quite a lot, and it'd be too much for me to try and condense it all into now. It wouldn't. I couldn't give you cliff notes. There's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. Yeah, you're gonna want to see the stuff yourself as well, because there may be stuff that you're excited about that maybe I wouldn't go over because I'm less in. You know, it's not something that is as exciting for me. Choosing to go up may be a mistake. Can I hop this? I can. Nope, denied. And I'm out of there. Red's idea of running into McCoy Estates is not a good plan. Who knew? Definitely not me. I had no idea. I just none. Zero idea. I thought for sure that was a great plan. I I just need to head back, don't I? Yeah, 77. Let's head back and start getting our way back out. I'll leave weapons here over at that one outposty spot. There's clearly... So, assessing that area, though, there's only a few hundred left. It's still too many for me to fight all at once, though. I figure this is going to be another little bit of time to clear this. Not too bad, though. We did take a sizable chunk out of it. Am I going for short blades first? Actually, I'm doing a mixture. I know it seems a little strange to be splitting myself so much, but I've done axes to 4, long blunts to 2, short blunts to 1, with no bonus, as well as short blades to 4 and a quarter. And then we have maintenance at 7. I also made a couple of spears and tried them out, and I thought they were okay. They're still okay. So we may do a little bit of spearage as well. But the reason why I'm evenly swathing myself is for muscle strain purposes. So that, just feeling out the different levels of weapons for muscle strain. So that in the future, I'm not really that surprised about certain aspects of it. Yeah, let's drop these here. Okay. All right, let's bail. There's easily over 1,000 zombies total in this area, though, which is a surprise. I'm surprised there's over 1,000 at McCoy's. There shouldn't be. Not that many, right? Maybe. I don't know. I'm just surprised that the yeah. There's still quite a lot left. But it might not just be McCoy's, though. I wonder if there's some camping events around here that got mixed in. I didn't see any hikers, though. Still, that wouldn't even be not even close to an extra few hundred. Yeah, we should be able to go for more short blades here as well. The reason why I'm going for them is at the moment is just because of ease of access. I can make a lot of them really quickly. So they're I've got a little bit of axe stuff that I can make as well. It's just it's not as reliable. And also muscle strain is way worse for every other weapon when you've been spoiled by short blades. No matter what, short blades will do that to you. It's like getting spoiled. What? I don't have the extra exertion and the extra... Like, my muscle strain is not halved, is what it feels like. It's not actually halved. It's just the weight of the weapon is quite a lot less, so... Probably more for some cases. We're very close. So close. I gotta take it slow though. That's the thing, is I was trying to rush there, and you can see what exactly would have happened had I've just committed to the rushing. Oh. I wonder if the wild bunnies can breed. Like, in cells. Can they breed in cells? And as a result, can the wild bunnies bunny-pocalypse you? I never thought about that before, but what happens if the deer do it too? Can you have deer-pocalypse? Because you can definitely have pig-pocalypse, and rat-pocalypse, and mouse-pocalypse, and chicken-pocalypse. But I wonder. It might be possible. Then there's nothing you could do. You'd have to hunt on them. You'd need to hunt them. Because at the edge of your screen, they would be producing. And then they crash you. It's not even the zombies that are the most dangerous. It's the animals. Left unchecked, animals take over the world. Alright, we're almost at the Spiffos. What? Why is there always more of you every time lately? I swear, there's always more of them every single time. This time there was 2. Like when you're maxed to these 2, a single zombie spawns on the edge of your screen. That's what it feels like sometimes. It's not true, but it's what it feels like. I just want to sleep at a proper time, so stand here for a second. Because I do want to run all the way to the the fishing spot. Get all this travel out the way. Okay. Higgins got some powerful legs to be able to run this far. I wouldn't be able to do it. There's no way. It's like way far. I can go for a few kilometers, but like, this kind of trek, it's like marathon trek. Like, every other day, he's running, like, across a highway, down the ways, into the woods, through hiking paths. Like, and they're not just hiking paths, they're unkept hiking paths. You know, the ones that are like overgrown and not being upkept. So they'd be like uneven and foliage everywhere. What's going on with this? That's lost some of its, either that or it's being covered up by, foliage. Yeah, so McCoy is, it's been a bit of a thorn so far trying to push into that area, but that said, it seems like it's starting to falter, which is good. We should see it fall fairly soon. But not today. We got 3 good levels though. We got running, we got short blades, and we got maintenance. Those are all really good. And are we about to get any other levels? Foraging and fishing. But the rest of the levels aren't due for a while. Unfortunate. We've got 1/3 of short blade though. Nearly 500 XP. Oh, perfect. Alrighty. That is a good stopping point for me. So I'm going to wrap it up there. There we are. That way. Let's see who else we can raid. See who's around. It's been my pleasure as always. Yeah, time for some food and some rest. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, we can raid. We'll raid this person. Because they're doing rat race. They seem to be doing some tree fighting as well. So that seems kind of fun. There we go. There we go. Okay, it's been my pleasure as always. I'll see you guys next time. Ta for now.